And we are back? Yeah. I couldn't find that movie, by the way. Well, I could find it, but I couldn't find, like, the free version of it. The Ugly Stepsister movie, so I was like, kind of gave up. I could have looked around, but I kind of gave up quick. I was hoping just find it. Good on you for being legal and bored. Yeah. Well, I played Helldivers and They Are Billions and the typical. I had some nice rage-inducing moments on Helldivers when my character randomly dropped dead for no reason. Three times in one game too. Like nothing was near me, nothing was happening, and then blood was poured out of my head, and I would just die. If I were to submit that footage to the company, I think it has to be like I don't know what was going on. My character literally just chose, and it's not the first time it's happened, but it's like the most insane thing you could have ever seen. Might be a. I don't stream illegally. I find it sketchy. Uh, yeah, it's not the best idea. I wouldn't do it, especially probably because of the country. I've heard that some European countries are a lot more strict on that kind of thing. But basically, the way our law is structured is that it is illegal for them to stream it. Uh, but their servers are out of the jurisdiction of the United States, but it's not illegal necessarily for you to watch it. Again, I don't recommend it, um, but that's how the law is structured. So technically, but yeah, just I used to do it all the time, and now I kind of don't. Because I don't really know if they can or can't come after you for that. I don't know. That's like it's like one of those things my friend told me is like, well, it's illegal for them, it's not illegal for you to watch it, kind of thing, because you're not the one hosting the service. But you don't really know, like you don't really know if that is true or not. You're just kind of listen, That's something my buddy said to me, so I don't know. It just makes me a little nervous, so I don't do it. And then you gotta use the You gotta use all kinds of antivirus stuff to like make sure you don't go on a website where you click on the wrong thing and download, so, click a download link. Might be a buggy version. I'm sunbathing on my balcony. Summer has officially arrived. Nice. Enjoy your 10 hours of sunlight in Europe before that goes away and winter comes back. I know it's not that bad, but still I like to make fun of it. But it got really warm here where we live last night. I still didn't use the AC. I'm trying to save as much money as I can. And honestly, I felt relatively comfortable. It got to 86 Fahrenheit. I don't know if that means anything to Europeans, but that's like, I don't know, hot. I think it was like 29 Celsius. That's what, at least that's what my computer said it was in my area. So 29 Celsius is about 86 degrees, I guess. At least that's what it was inside my house. No, it's true. I used to live in England for many years, and the weather is always shit. Summer is one very hot week, and the rest is rainy and gray. Yeah. I remember when I was a kid, like, in Belarus, it was always like, the summers were actually fairly scorching hot. And then honestly, it's a lot like Illinois. You get like these unbelievably hot summers that just go on and on and on. And then you get, like, the winters just brutally cold. It had like, basically like Illinois is like Belarus. Maybe like, I would say Belarus is more gray, like 40% more gray sky kind of days. But overall, you do get the insane heat there too. And the nightmarish, because there's so much moat land in Belarus, you get these insane mosquitoes that are like the size of a man's hand. If you look at their like little feet, they're just disturbingly large, and yeah, they're just, every summer you get to survive that. Germany is not as close to the coast, but still we need vitamin D. Yeah, I've been taking some, well, recently I've been forgetting, but I've been taking iron and vitamin C's. What I remember, like basically every third day I eat one of the pills. I figure that'll offset, me not leaving the house or something. I got a friend in Chicago. He said the schools were closed last winter for a few days. Snow got too high. Oh yeah, man. It's pretty brutal. Do you guys get snow in I mean, I feel like whenever I imagine like Germany, I feel like there is snow, but I heard there is actually not as much snow as one would think. Because we do get we get the last 2 years we've been having pretty easy, like pretty uneventful winters that weren't that bad at all. But we've had some days where the temperatures got super low. Even like my old car, that it had a hard time starting, even though it was like it had a good engine. It got so cold that your furnace would be going constantly just during that one day, and it would be like kind of chilling in the house. Like it literally, your furnace couldn't keep up with like how cold it was. But that was just like an off day, you know what I mean? That's not like normal, but then we had like an insane amount of snow. You know, it's survivable here, but it does happen. Luckily now I work from home. You could also call it being semi-unemployed, but I basically don't deal with the snow. I just I wait it out. Whereas before I had to, like I literally had to go out there and take care of it. Germany is in Central Europe, so you get best of all worlds. South of Germany is warmer, north of Germany is colder, we get snow, but not as crazy as Illinois. Yeah, Illinois is very, it's a very bipolar state. You just never know when the day will turn to shit and you'll get like a crazy hailstorm and you need to like run for cover. You're in between ventures and focus on skill acquisition. Put that in your CV. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. When they ask me why I left my last job, I'll be like, why did your last employee leave? Why did they leave? Just been to Rome, Italy. Oh, nice. For first time. That's why I watched you draw a gladiator. Total history buff. Oh, nice. Oh, that's why you want. Yeah, yeah. I do like the look of the Roman legionary kind of armor set. I think they definitely for their time. I think the Romans really like. They had the best looking armor. And so their armies were like with their like strict sort of columns. They were so like mechanical look. Not mechanical, but so rigid, and I don't know. I really, especially like the Gladiator movie, when you watch the scene when they're fighting the Visigoths or Germans or whatever, that whole scene was like, I don't know. It was probably the best possible depiction you could see of that era. What an interesting time that was. I say I've always like thought it'd be kind of cool to like live a life of a like some some uh some Roman legionary, but like it's probably actually pretty horrific. Like it's probably not as fun as like what it's feels like when you watch a movie for a second. The Roman army did have a variety of armor to choose from. Yeah, I they had like auxiliary units that were like more lightly armored. But yeah, I usually like when I was playing Rome, not Rome Total War, although I did play that one too. The Attila Total War, like past the Roman glory kind of days, and you have rise of all these other sort of nations becoming more powerful. I usually play as the Vikings. I played as the Slavs too, and then obviously like all the other factions. But yeah, that was my favorite. That was my favorite Total War game, just because it had like all the best stuff just crammed into like this historical time period. My only complaint about those games is I feel like when you're fighting as like let's say early barbarian tribes, you really shouldn't have like strict formation armies. You should have like they should give you like they should be controlled more like mobs or something. Uh, More so than like rigid formations because like that's just not how they function back then. And then as you progress your civilization towards more of like a standardized army, then you have like units that will be lined up and will fire on command and stuff like that. But I think like they should kind of design design more in line with like okay, this faction did not have this level of command structure, like let's chill with like that. Movie romanticizes a lot. It must have been interesting, but came with diseases, slavery, and murder. Yeah. Truth. Oh yeah, I did play when I was playing Rome Total War. I did take over the entire known world as the as the Spartans. That was interesting. Just have just a worldwide military state across the board. A perfect society. My favorite part about like the Total War series is you can send like monks to convert them into your religion type, and so those people will be more friend. Like if you can do that, you can uh, when you use the politics stuff correctly, you can basically convert them before you invade, kind of thing, and they become like more like your faction. So they're less when you conquer them, they resist you less because like they already are kind of like in your sphere of influence. So I really like enjoy those aspects of like the politics sort of. You can build churches to speed up the conversion rate of the people you've conquered. It's really interesting, and it's kind of like one of the only games that like touches on these subjects where it's not like you just conquer a piece of land and now they love you. You have to like sit there and baby them until they like learn that they are your citizens. I love that level of complexity. The barbarians used the forest to their advantage. For 400 years, the Romans tried to beat them. Germanic tribes had this berserker cult and were like kamikaze pilots. Yeah, I've heard of those. I've heard that they were like drug-induced kind of war fever. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, but yeah, it's How are you, Nick? Oh, I'm doing really good. Thank you for asking. I didn't really do a whole lot this morning. I just kind of woke up and sat around in front of my computer until I decided to stream. I do need to mow my grass, which I've been avoiding. Actually, that was kind of a bad idea because it's gonna rain later today. So tomorrow morning we're gonna get that really heavy grass that I have to like plow through. Comrade Soul, thank you for the hello. We're just talking about what very little about history that I know based off of literally all history that I know is from video games. Everything I know about Napoleon, the World Wars, like everything I know is from video games. So if I say something incorrectly, it's okay. I can be forgiven. I've already forgiven myself. Berserker has the word bear uh, in it. They used to wear bear fur or dress up like bears. Berserker. Is it? I wonder how. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. I know they had like those wolf things. Like you see them like depicted with like fur of some kind, either like a wolf kind of pelt on their head or something. But the Romans did that kind of. They had like those guys carrying the flags that had like the wolf thing on top. How is it going, Comrade Soul? Hold on, 1 second, guys. I gotta let the dog out. He's standing by the door. I gotta let him out really quick. I'll be right back. I will say I love having a fenced-in backyard where I can just kind of open it and let the dog out and not have to worry about it. That is nice. Romans had a thing for wolves. Ramus were breastfed by a wolf as babies. Wait, what? Remus were breastfed by a wolf as babies. Founded Rome as a city. The two founded Rome as a city as legion. I did not know that. Maybe I need to start practicing. Maybe I need to do a little bit of this wolf breastfeeding. I mean, those seem like they were pretty great men if they founded Rome. Maybe I need to, like, if I ever not, well, I can't have a baby, but if I were ever to have a baby with somebody else, I could just get a wolf. I need to find a wolf to feed the baby. It kind of makes sense since they're carnivores. You get like really good milk out of them, right? One second, the dog wants to come in. Wobble Rocket, welcome. How's it going? How are we doing over there? What kind of games are you planning on streaming later? Still waking up. How you doing today? Oh, doing really good. Still not drinking coffee. Had pretty good sleep. I'd say like 88% good sleep. Could have been better, but still can't complain. Then I sat around in front of my computer until I decided to start streaming. Finishing up my Castlevania Symphony of Night stream tonight. Nice. Yeah, I saw you on YouTube. There was like at one point you had like 400 viewers on that while you were streaming. I didn't realize how much demand there was for like retro gaming. What the fuck? That's what you took out of that story, but I like your way of thinking. Oh, the wolf feeding? Well, you gotta look at, like I was talking about, the Mongolians who were, they would drink. That was my most popular stream. Yeah, that's crazy. 400 is a lot to get 400 people to be watching you. That's like really hard to do, you know. Yeah, like that was kind of a slam dunk. I think the most people I've ever had at one point is like 8 on YouTube. Obviously, I've had more on Twitch, but that's only because of like raids and stuff. You'll get more people. But yeah, like I was talking about the Mongolians, and they were, as far as we know, they were pure carnivore. Also, Native Americans in America, they were the tallest on average population on Earth at the time when they were like here thriving, just eating meat. And yeah, so that's kind of why I'm like, well, that's interesting. They didn't have cavities, and they were super tall and like these like super elite warrior types. So I'm paying attention. Or diseases too. Like Europeans could obviously eat things that if they ate, they would get diseases faster, but So if people are telling me that breastfeeding your child with wolves will make them start a new roam, that my ears perk up. You might be onto something. I think considering that barbarians and Vikings were on average much taller than Romans. Romans ate barley and olive oil. There was Germanic tribes up north, meat and milk. Yeah, and you see this kind of like you see this trend all the time of like, you know, but yeah, they were considerably taller. I wonder if it is because I mean, like Italians are like a little bit shorter on average than like Germans, right? I think that's generally the consensus. And I wonder if it is like genetic or they just had like they just weren't exposed to the right food in a sense, so they just are thought of as shorter. But um, what was I gonna say? Yeah, like the Mongolians, back when they were just eating, drinking horse blood and eating horse meat, they were on average height 6'6", right? So that's taller. That's taller than like you know, like modern Europeans. I'm pretty sure that's like taller than the average. I mean, I'm 6'2", so I'm considered like not super tall, but like good height. Um, and they were like the average was taller, and the Native Americans were way taller than Europeans. It's all these. But by the way, one of the ways they can find from the doctor I was listening to, one of the ways they can date bones is pre-agriculture for Europeans, like the skulls and everything, and all that. They know based on the size of the skull they can like date the bones to the historical era, because like once Europeans went down the agriculture route, they became on average 11% smaller. So that's something to take into consideration. It is a little grimdark that if to eat healthy you have to like consume flesh, but that just is what it is. It comes down to nutrition and protein. It's much easier to get all the nutrients you need from meat than to gather hundreds of plants during winter. What else is there but meat? Well, I think they had like a way to store grains and stuff, right? But I do think like agriculture allows you to be more stable and like plant it on a piece of land, if that makes sense. I do think there's an advantage because obviously like, uh, you know, it's. But I think in terms of practical like health, like when I cut out carbs and stuff, like my brain literally works better. It feels like my sleep got better and everything. It's intensely boring just to eat meat because it's like you're just eating meat and then there's nothing else after that because a lot of my day would be wasted entertaining myself with food, and like once that's gone it's like what do I just continue to be productive all day? So it's like there's this intense boredom, but yeah, like you feel good in terms of like health. There was also something they were talking about, like there's a dogs that are fed kibbles, they develop like issues in their hind legs, especially like some breeds, and it takes you can fix it, but it takes like that's the other thing is it's not just it's like literally limbs get damaged faster because of improper nutrition. Like dogs that get fed dog food, the store bought dog food. Like that's I switched my dog to meat too, uh, and he's really come back health wise. Except he doesn't get to have cheat days because I control his diet completely. But yeah, he's like super old, but he came back a lot. But yeah, anyway, the hind leg story is that like they develop like these issues in their hind legs. A lot of dog breeds, and it takes like 3 generations of proper like eating proper nutrition for them to stop having those issues. So that's how a lot of times like that's the scary part is we're kind of going like with how much chemicals and stuff we're exposed to. We don't really know uh, how long it's gonna take to unravel all the issues we're developing right now in sort of the modern era with all the stuff that's getting into our bodies. When I heard like largely it's a matter of scale, it's harder to scale up meat production to civilizational levels. Well, I consume mostly eggs, just as a cost kind of thing, and then I'll have minced meat. Like I give my dog minced meat, but like I'll have a steak and then basically like eggs for the rest of the day to control the cost. Obviously, like I can't just eat steaks all day, but that would be optimal just to eat red meat. But yeah, in terms of production, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. That's you'd have to like slowly work towards that to kind of. But yeah, I get it. Have you heard about the Mongolian spot? Read my comment from above. Comes down to nutrition, protein. It's easier to get all the nutrients you need from meat than to gather hundreds of plants during winter. What else is there but meat? Uh, Mongolian spot. If you mean their like overall location, like the steppes that they lived in, I'm not sure because the comment before that says something about. I can type it into Google. Mongolian spots are Benjin flat bluish gray birthmarks that are common in newborns, particularly those of Asian, African, Native American, Hispanic descent. They are a form of non-congenital dermal melanocytosis and usually appear in a lower back, buttocks, shoulders. While they resemble bruises, Mongolian spots are harmless, do not indicate any underlying health issues. Mongolian spots are flat blue gray. Okay, they are caused by melanin pigment that gives skin color, being trapped deeper layers of the skin. I have, you know what's weird? I have a birthmark when I was born. I have a paw print on my back, like a little forefinger on my, like it looks like an indent on my back of a little paw print, which is weird. But yeah, I've never heard there's a that they have an inclination towards that. Actually, I have a friend, she has one too. Her mother is from Turkey, so it makes sense. They invaded Turkey. Oh yeah, the Mongolians, they set us back because wasn't Iraq like super advanced and it was the cradle of civilization and they had they were like coming up with mathematics. They were sort of like super OP back in the day until the Mongolians, like Attila the Hun, came in and he was like, nah, let's go back 1,000 years, guys. We'll do math later after I get my killing done. It's just kind of interesting how, like, just because they were advanced, and maybe like if they had, like, I don't know, disconnected with that, they would have been like Europe in terms of like overall global power. Like, had they just sort of like connected a few more dots, but Attila the Hun needed to be born, and he just kind of like set humanity back a good 500 years, and then it's like that place just never kind of like came back in terms of being like the central core of knowledge. It's just like really interesting how that kind of thing plays out. You would think being more advanced, you'd have, like, I don't know, tools. Mongolians must have been terrifying. Yeah, they were no joke. What's interesting, after they lost their sort of leadership from Attila the Hun, their system started breaking down, because, and I think it's because they didn't develop like a more comprehensive overall system that would hold the civilization together, like a system of, like a, I don't know, like a system of laws or whatever that's like universal. They had, like, like sort of leaders that were like very popular, and then like once they died, those tribes would just go to war with each other. And that's kind of what happened. They came all the way to, I guess, like, the Mongolians made it all the way to like outskirts of Austria, and then like Attila died, and then they just kind of started fighting each other for power, because they did, you know what I mean? Like, they didn't have a, like, not to bash them, but they didn't have like a overall structure that would allow the system to go on without like a popular leader, sort of. And that's always an issue, right? But because like once you lose the guy that's like propelling the energy, it's like a lot of times things get set back. But they really, after they lost the leadership, they just kind of like went to war with each other, and Europe was kind of spared because they were just like too busy killing each other, I guess. Genghis Khan. Yeah, as far I don't remember if they had more of. I don't remember if after he died that was the end of it, or if there was like if he had his sons and it still like limped along his like empire for a while, or if it just fell apart right after him. Because it might have gone on with his sons or something for a little bit. But I know at a certain point when things fell apart too much in terms of the leadership dying, they all turned on each other. But yeah, Genghis Khan was like the pinnacle. After Alexander the Great died, his empire crumbled immediately. If it's based around a single person, it doesn't hold up. Yeah, absolutely. And I think he was the kind of person that wanted to kind of write his name sort of in history, and just he wasn't super concerned about creating a system. Like the Romans were more successful overall because they had a sort of a like a like sort of a civilizational structure. It wasn't so dependent on a Caesar. Although once a Caesar came in, like that was pretty much like you knew things were about to end. It just was like a matter of time. But even if you could like reel back, the problem is everybody wants to be the king. That's true. Not me though. I kind of don't. A lot of backstabbing. Yeah, that's the thing, is people vying for power. If people could like step away and just be supportive of the system, it would. Yeah, but you're right. It's like the ego ultimately eats. Like every system slowly becomes more and more corrupt and then you have just people trying to grasp at whatever resources they can, of from the state, and yeah, it just devours itself. That just happens to every single system. There's no way around it. I don't think it matters how like you write the document, or you know what I mean. It all eventually just gets ignored and things fall apart. The Romans had like a similar thing where they would eventually have to recruit from like the rural Germanic tribes for their military, because they couldn't. You just once you have like a nice and fat civilization that's like that they're living comfortably. It's like it's hard to get them to go to war and be comfortable in the trenches. So you eventually just have to like recruit from kind of like the outskirts of your empire for like a little bit of troops. The Romans were super organized. That was the key. Yeah, they were. I guess in the early, I was listening to some historian, and then he was talking about how early Rome wasn't really that. It didn't have like super military prowess in a sense. What they were good at was like when they were first expanding was like just taking over regions and using those men to back up. Like they basically were like doing the sort of we have more men strategy. And even though they would get beat back to back like 4 times, eventually like the more elite troops of like some little region they were trying to conquer would eventually just be worn down by like the fourth army that would just come in and just like before, like this is before like they became Rome as we know it, right? Like in the early stages they were more like just throw trash units at the enemy until they're just worn down to the point where you just stomp over them, and then eventually they became like the more professional citizen army. I thought that was very interesting that like the early Romans were like not super. They were definitely like heavy losses. They were heavy losses tolerant. I mean, Julius Caesar just came back after a 20-year military campaign, had thousands of men loyal to him. He declared himself ruler for life. I don't blame him. I don't even blame him. I don't even blame him. I would serve under Julius Caesar. If he has all these accomplishments, plus he was the kind of guy to throw himself into battle too. I heard right in his early military career, he wouldn't shy away from melee combat and stuff like that. He was a guy's guy, like everyone's favorite. They always came back with new recruits. That's right. Yeah. Now, eventually, they did switch to more of like just having like elite organized troops, but in the early stages, they were just like, we'll just get more men and we'll come back in a year and see how you hold up. Yeah, it's amazing. Came back with new 10 years. Sorry, it's amazing how influential like Rome was, because like if you look at like even American architecture, and you see this even like in Eastern Europe and basically everywhere, everyone like emulates the Roman column look for the government buildings. It's still entrenched into the overall like look and like mentality. Like that design is so successful. The Roman column official kind of like government sort of building. It's like it's such a successful look that it's still like all the way from Belarus to America. You see like this sort of style just replicated all throughout or emulated. I think that's pretty cool. Caesar must have been so impressive that all the soldiers followed him to death. Well, and then yeah, and like same thing with like Napoleon, right? He started off as an infantry guy too. He was like the real, not to like switch topics to a completely different era, but like he had the same sort of like energy in terms of he started from the bottom that we hear kind of guy. If you fight amongst your men, you gain their respect. Yeah, I mean, eventually, I think like, right, the Caesar, like he probably was eventually like once he ranked up into being like a full-time general, he was probably dealing with maps and people consulting. Like eventually, you have to like zoom the graph out and look at like the overall scope of the war, and you're not going to be on the front lines right after you're like past whatever rank you get to. But yeah, in terms of like he did all the things to beyond shadow of a doubt that he was the real deal, and then it doesn't need to be addressed again. Once you've done 10 years of fighting in the trenches, you kind of like it kind of like is self-explanatory at that point that like you kind of did your part in that regard. There was an interesting documentary I watched. There was like this professor and a student or something. They attempted to replicate a hoplite infantry armor back from the phalanx or whatever, back from the like the Bronze Age, and they ended up they ended up spending like literally like years, like because they wanted to make their own glue, like grow their own vine to like like have the rope to make it or whatever, make the like they bought the leather, and it's like it ended up taking them like, and they came very close. I think the only thing they ended up compromising on is like the glue, because they literally don't know how they made the glue back then, right? There's no records of it. They had to just kind of guess partially, but that was really interesting. It's like if you wanted to like historically accurately like replicate armor from back then, it's going to take like good 2 or 3 years of research and a trial and error to get some decent product. But it was really interesting. I watch HBO's show called Rome, very historically accurate, collaboration with BBC. Yeah, Rome was pretty awesome. I used to love to draw tanks. This takes me back to when I was a little kid, just drawing tank treads all day. What are your favorite shows of all time? As far as shows, man, can't really. As far as like shows, not movies, right? Like shows. I have see. I'm gonna remember like as soon as I like get off the stream. I'll be like, I should have said that, but just nothing's coming to me. I just remember watching a lot of Cartoon Network like when I was a kid or like in high school because that's what was like they showed the coolest stuff with the Gundams and and all the anime stuff that the more cool anime stuff like the Samurai Champloo. I forget what it's called, but yeah, I can't really think of like specific shows that I was just kind of more of a video game nerd, I guess. I know I played a lot. Well, this isn't a show, but I played a lot of like Heroes of Might and Magic. Like I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of is like it's not even a show, but yeah, I guess I didn't really watch like shows like very religiously. Like I found like that show King of the Hill, that American show about like a like average family. I would watch it, but it was more of like a tolerable thing. I didn't really like love it. It was just kind of that's what was available on TV. So I would just kind of watch that and Dragon Ball Z and stuff. But I wasn't like I can't say that I was like in like really a big fanatic of any of those shows. I only play GTA for a couple of days every now and then, just speed and murder people. Yeah, I do. I do. I think GTA with like how good their soundtracks are, it is fun to speed and run into stuff. Just kind of get on the highway and cruise and listen to music. Japochi says, "Howdy, handsome. Hey, how's it going, bud?" One of the best shows, hands down. Gargoylites. Oh, yeah, I think we were talking about that the other day. The with the gargoyles and stuff. I've never really seen it. I always thought like that show Ed and see. I'm not sure because if you were like living in England and Germany, I'm not really sure like what crossovers you guys had like because I remember watching Ed and Eddie. That was an interesting one because it had like I guess Dexter. Like the all those shows like I kind of enjoyed. Um, I just woke up, lol. So we good? How have you been? Oh, I'm very good. Yeah, I played a little bit of Helldivers this morning. I found a new fun glitch in that game where my character, I'll be playing and nothing is happening, and my character's head randomly explodes and I die, and like literally nothing happens. I need to like record. I need to start recording me playing because like I want to like show people what I go through when I play that game. Literally like nothing. Like I'm in an empty field. Uh, you sure it's not your helmet? I doubt that it's my helmet. But yeah, it's the game is so glitchy right now. We pretty much had all the same shows. That's wild. I would have thought like England would have like its own kind of like niche thing that like some cartoons we weren't exposed to. Yesterday was buggy. I kept dying out of nowhere, and I guess, dude, like Helldivers has been so glitchy lately. I went through a long phase where I would have to, like, my gun would stop firing. It would like jam, like that's what I call it, and then I would have to switch to the other gun, and like switch back to that gun, and then it would work. And now I'm going through this, like I told you, the new glitch where it's like I literally just randomly die out of nowhere, and like I'm not in combat. I'm just sitting there, and like literally like blood squirts out of my head and I die. I thought I was getting sniped by my own guys, but I looked at the thing and they were all behind buildings and stuff. So unless they're doing like some hack, like some insane hacking stuff, I don't know what's happening. I'm really frustrated at the games. It's been really awful. The only thing I can think of, the only thing I can think of is that new pistol that they brought out, the Judge Dredd style pistol that automatically locks onto targets. It might be glitched and something's happening to where like when you're moving around, um, it's just like because I've gotten on turrets, and when you get on a turret sometimes in that game, it'll fire like one round. So I'm thinking maybe there's something going on with that pistol where when you're doing stuff, it sometimes fires randomly and kills you. There's some weird thing going on. I don't really quite understand, but like there's some glitch where it just self-deletes the character. We pretty much had all the same shows. Dexter was fun. Yeah, I really enjoyed Dexter. In Germany, all those same shows. In England, it's different. Yeah, I figured England would be like have its own kind of like cultural embedded, song, or not songs, but like its own kind of like vibe in terms of cartoons and stuff. I was on Instagram, and there was like, it looks like Germany has a lot of shows that like are, I don't know how to describe it, but we don't have these kind of shows, but it's literally like competitions of like forklift driving. It was like, and people like watch it. I don't know, it just seems like the German shows are very different. Like German entertainment is very like just not what we have here. Like I said, it was like what I was seeing is like it was a show about these guys were showing off how good they were at forklifts, and it was like super intense. And yeah, so I don't know. It's definitely like Americans like farting and like stuff. They don't like they're not gonna watch shows about like you know stuff you do at work. Essentially, I don't know. It's like it's definitely a different vibe watching someone like stack something perfectly. I'm sure that's not all there is there, but I just saw that on Instagram some Instagram reel. Yeah, I mean, you gotta lift yourself out of the swamp every once in a while. We got farting jokes too. Same trash TV. Don't be mistaken. I thought Europeans were like into like I don't know, different kind of comedy, like more nuanced or something. I guess nowadays, yeah, it's like every country's pretty much got the same kind of television and everything. Is the media painting that picture? Probably. Majority of people want a good life. Politics always mess it up. Yeah, that's true. Most people just kind of want to chill. Yeah, you really never you never really like see like normal people like talking about starting war. I mean, other than me, right? But like I'm saying like most normal people just want to like get off work and like go have a beer and like sit down and like relax and stuff like that. But most people are pretty like it's I feel like it takes a lot of effort for like leaders to start wars cuz like most people just they don't seem to like want it. You know what I mean? At first I see myself as European, second as German. Gotcha. Yeah, I kind of feel like I'm like cuz I'm first generation American. I feel like the first generation isn't really like American. Like even if you're like perfectly adapted or whatever. Uh, but yeah, I feel like I'm like you can't count the first generation. Like they're not like because I know me, right? Like I know how I think. It's like until like you have the generation that hasn't been exposed to the old culture at all, you really can't. They're not fully converted. So I feel like I'm not like obviously I have American citizenship and I came here. Well, I came here with my parents legally and all that. But yeah, I kind of think of myself as like sort of a citizen that will, if I have kids, they'll be like Americanized fully. But the first generation, like I tried to get a job as a security guard at a nuclear station. They were like, the first question was like, "Are you from Eastern Europe?" And that was gonna be like automatically a no if you answered yes. So it's like, and I sort of completely understand because I'm like, you know what, I wouldn't want like people who might be sympathetic to like be pulling levers and stuff. But yeah, that would have been good money. Plus a super chill job. Borders maps changed too much over the centuries. All Europeans came from North Africa and migrated through Middle East into Europe. Yeah, yeah, it's super interesting how that worked out. I know my dad is from, well, my mom's Ukrainian and then my dad is Moldovan, and they were originally from Finland, and they were like these war tribes that came into Russia and they were eventually Russified, but it took like they fought with the Russians for like 800 years before they became part of, well, they were Russified essentially eventually, but it literally took like 800 years to wear them down. But yeah, I guess the Moldovans like they originally came from Finland, I guess, and then that's as far as I can trace back my lineage. But it's sort of interesting to like find out about, I guess. But yeah, especially like a country like Belarus, they were basically a non-state for like basically it was a part of Poland, then it was part of Latvia, then it was part of like Russia. That piece of land went back and forth between nations for like for the longest. It's like the worst piece of land to settle on because every other nation has to go through there to get into Russia, and Russia has to go through there to get into Europe. So it's like if you want to just constantly have cities that are burning down, it's a good place to start your settlement because it's gonna be like it's always gonna have issues. Finnish people are some of my favorite people. They love alcohol, by the way. Deal with them a lot. Always so uncomplicated. Yeah, they love alcohol. Finnish is Finnish also sounds super weird. I can't like. It doesn't sound like anything else. I feel like it's super hard to like. Kiev is one of, if not the oldest cities in Europe. That's what I hear. Yeah, I know there's a lot of controversy. I know there's a lot of controversy about how Russia got started because they were like the Kievan Rus and all this, and they were like apparently the Rurik family started the Kievan kingdoms or whatever, and they were like from whatever Nordic country, and they ruled over them, and that's how that got started. It's all sort of like very interesting. Elvish was based on Finnish. Tolkien said that. Oh, nice. I believe it. I saw like the funniest meme the other day. My friend sent me. He was like, it was like all the races of Middle Earth. They're like holding hands together in their unity against mankind because they're like better. And then it shows like the elves are like washing their hands afterwards. I thought that was super funny. They're like, yeah, no, we're with you. It's just we're still kind of better than everyone else. Just so we're clear, we're gonna go ahead and wash our hands thoroughly after all that touching. I know Tolkien made up like a bunch of like languages all by himself, like based on all the other languages. I think for me, Lord of the Rings has to be like peak, I don't know, just peak medieval fantasy. I don't think I'm gonna see anything better than that movie in my lifetime. It was pretty great. Man, I love drawing tanks. I love drawing like armored vehicles. It's I haven't done it for a while. I just want like this broken down tank on the top of the bridge. I feel like that's gonna really sell the trench thing. I want to draw like a plume of smoke or something here, like fire or a plume of smoke. I think that would be fun just to kind of really set the tone of like this is an active battlefield kind of idea. There was a Polish girl here the other day, and she lives in Germany. She taught, well, she wrote in chat how to say good night in German. It was something like Gute Nacht. So that probably butchered it, but that's as close as I can get. But I've been sometimes when somebody like teach, like I learned bonjour from a French person. I'm slowly going to learn all the Europe. I just need like I'm slowly gonna learn like all the European languages. I just need to like stream for like 900 more years, and I'll be fluent in all of them. I just have to come across like the people that know stuff. I think that plume of smoke turned out really well. Kind of impressed. I'm playing Valorant with friends, so much productivity. Nice. I've never played that game. My father builds models of tank for a hobby. They can be so dope. Oh my god, I used to love putting together tanks. I'm a tank model enjoyer for sure. It's just the problem is time and space in the house. Well, that's the limiting factor. I do still sometimes paint like little Warhammer soldiers, but I wish I had more. Well, I say I wish I had more time. I could do it. It's just, you know, I definitely enjoy tiny models. I've actually downloaded this PDF kind of thing where you can print out a thing where you can make a tank out of like paper, and it's super detailed where it's like if you paint it up right, it actually looks very like not like a plastic model obviously because you can put a lot more like paint on that and make it look really impressive. But these things like I mean if you spend the time you can like make it really. He had to get rid of so many he built. Yeah, that's the issue is that like you only have so much time and space in your house for that kind of stuff. But yeah, I'm a tank enjoyer for sure. It's weird to me like how humanity stayed at like the sword and spear level for like uh he got him the loader from Aliens as a model for his he got the loader from Aliens as a model for his birth. The loader, I gotta check that out. The loader, I want to see what you're talking about. From Aliens. Oh, Oh, okay, I see, I see, I see. Okay. That is very cool. I think there's a guy on YouTube that does like models and stuff. I forget what the name of the channel is. It's like Plasmo something. But yeah, the guy does like insane. That hydraulic robot she uses in the end is so cool. Yeah, yeah, it was very cool. Yeah, but some of those model builders, when they do like little panoramas and stuff, or whatever you call them, the little scenery, it looks absolutely insane. Like on a more professional level, it must take them like weeks and weeks to do it too, because it's just on such a different level. I would just get bored following the instructions. I would build my own thing. Yeah, but if you have a kit to build a specific tank, you can't like build something else out of it unless it's like Legos. Then you can build something else. Now things have become so limitless in terms of like with 3D printing. You can like basically, if you know how to use Blender, you can build anything you want. But you can use the parts of multiple kits and build a core structure to support it. I mean, I know people do kit bash, but I guess that you with a 3D printer nowadays, you can basically do anything you want with anything. There's everything's like limitless now. Action Gamer 09. Hi, I'm struggling in clean up line in digital art. Why? Uh, Struggling in clean up line. I would say. I mean, I'd have to look at your process to kind of see what you're doing, but you could zoom in and like make your brush smaller. I mean, that would clean it up a little bit. But I'm assuming you're using like one of those pens to draw digitally, like a drawing kind of board, like a Wacom tablet. I would say between practice and fidgeting with your settings, that's where I would kind of take it. That's what I would look at first. I'm not really a super big fan of drawing digitally. Not like there's anything wrong with it, it's just the way it feels. It isn't for me. I'm using Wacom tablet in Photoshop. I use standard round hand brush. I'm thinking it's just gonna take practice. You're just gonna have to sit there and suffer until it kind of clicks. It is a little bit harder to draw on those things. It's not as intuitive because there's a little bit of a disconnect. Even if you have like a really powerful computer, there's still a little bit of a delay and a little bit of weirdness around that. So like, but in terms of like like if you're missing something obvious, I'd have to like see it. I'd have to look at you working to be like, oh, you just need to change that or this. But yeah, all I can say is like, how bad are the line? Like, are they just not clean? Or because every time I've drawn digitally, I've never even attempted to like make lines necessarily. I just kind of like slowly like I just put blotches down on paper until like I slowly like bring the focus of the picture. Uh, uh, Kim Jong Ji, check him out. He's the goat. Oh yeah, I know, I know. Didn't he pass away kind of recently? He's like a super uber artist. It looks good in sketch, but when I finish cleaning up, line looks like less. Let me take a look at Kim Jong Ji. I'm pretty sure I know who you're talking about. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard for me to determine like what is like what's like not working for you. But yeah, this is the guy. I guess I heard somebody say he used to draw 12 hours a day. I can draw like 8 hours a day, maybe 7. I can't do 12. It's too much. But yeah, very impressive. I like his style too. Some of his pictures look pretty good. Like in terms of like how I like things. Sorry, I'm just looking through his pictures really quick. I like his pencil stuff. That looks really cool. Yeah, his pen. I really like the pencil stuff. How should I show my work to you? I mean, is that on your YouTube channel? Sorry, I had to pause it. Oh, you got video games up. Uh, looks like you do video game stuff. I don't know. Upload it on YouTube. I can like check it out. I don't know, man. Like I would just I would I would just like practice more. Like that's all. Like that's kind of how I do it. If I'm not just satisfied, like there's probably not gonna be like one piece of advice that's gonna course correct everything. I would just dig in. Our station, sure, yeah. I'll check it out, but like realistically, I'm not gonna be able to course correct like whatever's going wrong. You're gonna have to just kind of like sit there and like figure that out for yourself because you know, I don't know. Lines is just more lines are mostly practice. But yeah, you can put it up on our station. I'll check it out. He and Mobius are my Mount Rushmore. Let me check out Mobius, right? Whew. I've never heard of Mobius up until now. Very cool though. Actually, it's turning out kind of nice. That looks like a war scene up there. Yeah, I got burning equipment. That does. I got wooden spikes to keep the trench crawlers out. The detail and multiple layers give it a lot of dimension. Thank you. Add a banner or letters that say this could be you. Well, I feel like yeah, something like that. I don't want to get too close to the because the guy in the commercial when Helldivers starts, he's like scenes like this are popping across the universe. Like you could be next. It's like it's too close to that. I feel like I have to like think of a different. I'll definitely put something like this in the story, like when I post like new post kind of thing. We will survive and list now. That could work. Doing your part. Are you doing your part? Maybe look up some old American propaganda. I'm sure you're doing your part. I could we could do like why we fight kind of stuff. But I feel like if I were doing that, I would do like kind of like a more heroic kind of posing. This is more of like This is I don't know. I feel like the overall vibes. I mean, I think this could be you would fit better because it's like, um, uh, this isn't like a very heroic portrayal of war. This is like more like somber, like this isn't going well kind of thing. Um, so I feel like if it was like more of a upbeat kind of propaganda kind of message, or like we like something we need you kind of along those lines would work really well. The trenches and you. Or like do something like how to survive in a trench past 48 hours. Hair shit. Our station is my our station profile. Let's check it out. I mean, I like it. I think you just need more time on the range. You just need to like do it more, and you're. I think it'll come together. Or maybe look up like tutorials. Like the bull looks really good. Uh, you know, I don't know. I think you just need like more hours on it, and then it'll come together. But I don't do like a lot of digital stuff. My digital stuff doesn't look that good either. Like, I can pull off some effects or make something look good, but it's I only have 3 pieces. No, yeah, yeah. I mean, your stuff looks fine. I just think you need to spend more time on the doing it, and you'll get there basically. I don't think there's like something I could say that's gonna like just change everything. The only thing you can do is just put hours into it and slowly improve your kind of like look. But my when I was doing digital art, I was like dabbling in it. I didn't do it that long, and I was just like, it didn't look that great either. Like it looked fine, but just because I can draw, but it wasn't like you just got to get used to the tools and stuff and how to manipulate them to get the look you want. But I think it's just gonna take time. How not to die, the field manual. This would be an awesome cover for a field manual. Surviving trench warfare, like. My 2 cents are to copy the grades and draw what you cannot draw. Break it down, simplify, practice a lot. Yeah. I don't think there's anything like really wrong with what you're doing. I just think like you need to like just put more time into it and you'll get there. That's what it looks like to me. I don't think there's anything like really horrifically wrong that needs to be. I like to combine the old with the new, put a twist on it. That's always fun. I think the franchise that did that the best is like the Quake and Doom of mixing like that sort of like medieval Lovecraftian kind of vibe, that look of running through like castles, but it's in sort of like the technological era is not the medieval. It's sort of like mixed with this like medieval looking architecture with like with like futuristic weapons. It's good mix. It really looks like creature and believable because it's my first creature designed for my portfolio. It's really. Are you asking me? Does it really look like creatures believable? Um, I mean, I like it. Like, it depends on what you mean, like by believable. Like, it's not hyper realistic, but it's stylized. It's fine. You can probably get work with some people. Like, I don't think it's strong enough for a studio, but neither is my stuff, I think. Like, it's just not. But, as far as like getting, you could probably get jobs with like independent creators that are like doing their own thing. I think at that level, yeah. I'm trying for video games as like a concept artist. I mean, I would look at like what the artwork looks like, the level it's at, of people who are in it to kind of gauge. And I would go to video game. I would go to like videos where people who work in the industry like talk about it. It's probably like it's not you could make you could like use that art for video games, but it wouldn't be like a studio. Like I'm just telling you, like it's not at a studio level. They want like insane level of. And it also depends on what you're gonna do there. Because if you're just strictly designing monsters, that's going to be different than drawing in a way that a 3D model person can actually utilize that to make characters. Those are going to be like different kind of things. Chewy Artist, happy Friday. Thank you, man. Thanks for stopping by. How's your day going over there? I didn't even know it was Friday. Video game artists are some of the best in the world because they have to hold in a three-dimensional space. Yeah, like the thing is that like I would realistically just assess like where you're at skill-wise, and if you want to get into like video games, I would find somebody that's like looking for an artist that they're going like you are gonna work for free and they're gonna work for free, and you guys are gonna work on a project together. That's how I see that working out at the level you're at. If you're talking about getting into a studio, I would, you know, it just isn't that's not like you, because you get like look at the people who can't get in who are like insane, you know, and it's like it's such a competitive field. Those people like those people usually work under a contract. They're not even most cannot get it in house at like a company. They just usually have like a 3-month contract and then they go to a different job. It is very very difficult to get into that. It's like trying to become a brain. It's like you're trying to become a rocket surgeon. It's just the hardest possible path. Not saying you know you have to be super talented and super dedicated, but I still would go towards video games just in a way that or like improve you know a lot. But good. Doing good. Finishing drawing today. Nice, man. Maybe I'll check out your stream if it's still up, or raid you if you're gonna be streaming while I'm getting off. Have you ever drawn an Elder thing or Shoggoth from H.P. Lovecraft? I did one called Terminus where there was like a kind of an octopus coming from the sky. It's like an octopi kind of like sort of coming from the sky picking up a ship kind of thing. So something like that has been drawn in the past, but not Cthulhu. Yeah, not really Cthulhu, but I do like to draw like sort of cosmic horror kind of stuff. Like I don't. I did like one that called Sacrifice that's like closest to that, where it's just weird alien and it's got like this Geiger-esque vibe to it. But I have wanted to do like a sort of the same way you see like Promethean temples in the movie Alien, and they have all these sort of like these statues embedded into the walls and everything looks black. I've been wanting to do something like that, but not like actually draw like space octopuses. Like I want to draw like sort of the remnants of things they've created kind of stuff. But yeah, in terms of action gamer 09, I would just like you can do it. You can do all of what you're talking about in terms of getting into video games and like working there. It's just gonna take a lot more like grinding and like getting better and trying to get jobs and stuff. You can do it. It's just like it's gonna take a lot of work. But yeah, I do really enjoy like eldritch like horror kind of space horror. I think all that stuff is very fascinating and scary. Very spooky. Thank you, man. Appreciate the love. Appreciate the subscribe the tier 1 sub thing. But thank you. You are an amazing artist. Well, I appreciate that. You are too. I like your dogs. I don't know if you're still doing them, but I don't know how people. I honestly don't understand other people's process because it's like it seems like so different than mine. Yeah, I like to draw fairly horrific scenery. Jipochi says heart. Thank you. I'm drawing Ludo from movie Labyrinth today. Oh, nice. Is Ludo the guy with the horns? Is that the monster with the horns? Because that's what I remember. Or was it the guy with like the eye in his hands? Because that was a great movie. Really, really spooky. Really spooky. Hey, Luke Oakley, have you seen The Labyrinth? Because that movie is like one of my favorite in terms of like, I mean, they perfectly mixed horror and like fantasy. Like I feel like that was the only right way to do fantasy. The big friend monster, yeah, that was a good movie, man. Really good. Like if fantasy was portrayed properly like that, I don't think it would be associated with fairy tales. And the fairy tale, or not fairy tales, but like, I mean, fairy tales would be seen as not a children's thing. It would be seen as like this dark, brooding thing. Because that movie, like, I feel like that movie sold fairy taleism like the way it was like intended. Like, because back in the Middle Ages, they used it to teach children like valuable lessons. Like, you know, don't go like out in the night because like the wolf will get you, right? So you tell them about vampire. Don't let the vampires in or something. Like, it was to terrify children, which was useful because they are disobedient. You may think of Dark Crystal, same artist or both. Man, that is fun. Yeah. It's just crazy how who directed that movie? I need to find out who made that movie. I wonder what they did after. I like the ending where the girl like goes to her family and they're like these kings of this underworld, like she like or something. It was like super cool, like how the universe like opened up for her. It kind of actually that movie kind of reminds me a little bit of Spirited Away, even though that's like a Japanese cartoon. But they have like a similar kind of vibe in a sense. I love the part where her the Tim Curry and Tom Cruise movie. You are mixing movies. That is Pan's Labyrinth. Okay, yeah. The Pan's Labyrinth is the one I really like. Pan's Labyrinth is the one that I thought was like amazing. Labyrinth is David Bowie. Oh, okay. Who made Pan's Labyrinth? I need to know that. I don't even know what the other. Let me look up other. I didn't even know there was another Labyrinth. Is that like from the 80s or something? Oh, okay. Yeah, this seems like one of those horrific, like, this seems like one of those movies that, like, I would watch as a kid that, like, would ruin your childhood. It was, like, inappropriately, the horror was, like, way too, like, it was nowhere near, like, what kids should be shown. Or this is the vibe I'm getting from this movie, because, like, a lot of those 80s movies were, like, tone-wise, were not in any way, shape, or form tuned for kids, but were, like, marketed that way. Guillermo del Toro made Pans. Oh, okay. Yeah, that one's fantastic. But yeah, this one I've never seen. I've never seen the one you're showing me right now. I need to like look at more of his films. I didn't realize he was so good. Oh, he made Hellboy. That makes sense. I need to watch all his movies. I didn't realize this was him. I never paid attention, but wow. What a slam dunk. Are you saying the original Labyrinth or like that movie was like really good too? A lot of those 80s movies they like creep me out when they have like the little dolls in there. They always have like some creepy little doll and I'm just like, ugh, I don't know. Not a fan of that. I've seen Pan's Labyrinth freaking isn't it? It was like I was like how is this movie so good? They made fantasy, they made like that they made it feel so like this is what fantasy should be like. Like it's incredibly dark. The like the root under her bed, like the whole thing was like felt like it was real and it was scary and it was like it wasn't like a children's tale. Like or maybe children's tales like I said before, maybe they were like they were terrifying because they were intended to like sort of bestow knowledge and like fear into children to like get them to behave or something. So they were like instill a good amount of paranoia. The wine bottle scene was crazy. That actor that played the captain was a comedy actor. Dimitri, welcome. Oh, YouTube, I kind of want that trench slug to eat me. Oh, I know. Keep up the beautiful work, Senpai. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate. Everyone is showing. Dimitri, how's it going over there? Yeah, I'm just adding a tank up there to make it feel like more like it's a torn battlefield with broken down machinery. Grimm's fairy tale. Oh, sorry. Grimm's fairy tales are so violent and creepy in actuality. Oh, the Grimm's brothers or whatever. Yeah, they were. Um, yeah. I just think like I just think like back then in the Middle Ages, like the folk tales people would tell to each other, they were probably like pretty it seems like there's this trend of darkness. You know, there's this like little bit of darkness like in there. I'm sure some of them were light and hopeful, but most of them were to teach you a lesson. Fine chilling and you. I'm just just super chilling. Adding it. I think shading is only a best way to show good creature. I think shading is the only. I think you're saying the only way to show like good creature design. I think you can make a goofy creature look really cool with good shading. Yeah, like I said, the cool thing about art is like you can make like if you know how to do it, you can transcend anything into anything. Like you can kind of make it be like force it to be something greater, right? Like a picture of a dragon is fine, but we've all seen artists that like I don't know, that their art makes you like remember, I think like remember or have like an emotion of some sort, like it seems like a place you've been kind of thing. Like it's those are my favorite. Where it's like especially like with train stuff. The train stuff always gets me. The artists that like put trains in their pictures, which I need to start doing more. I don't know why, but I've always like I'm a secret train enjoyer. I've always been sympathetic towards trains. I love them. I love the they're like tanks but less violent and more orderly. Drawing with the story. Yeah. Like who doesn't love a good train? You know what I mean? They're so like I don't know, like they're just doing their job and they're like super powerful. But I've like I secretly enjoy a good rail yard scene, like with the complexity of it, but it sort of all is like working together to accomplish a goal of transporting freight. Like who doesn't love that? Less violent tanks. Yeah, they're like tanks, but they grew up, and they found they. It's a tank that found a job. They got it. They stopped being trying to become a rock and roll artist, and they got a job basically. Oh, is it true that some trains have? I don't know anything about them, but I heard like some of them like are diesel trains. Like they have diesel engines, but the diesel engine is just there to produce electric power for the motors. So it's kind of like they have to create like insane amount of torque. But I don't know if that's true or not. That might be something I like misheard. But I wouldn't be surprised if growing up I always heard a train pass by my house, no matter the time of day or night. Hearing that choo choo and remembering all the power and work behind them, it's inspiring. Yeah, I love trains. Yeah, I like if I had more time, I would go like go ride one. Or like oh my god, there's a channel I found one time. It was about the American like train hoppers. I guess people still do it. It's a lot more harder to do nowadays because like there's so much more like police and cameras. Like it's harder to do it, like to be like one of these like train kind of hoppers, which seems super romantic, like the idea of it. But yeah, it's like super dangerous, and like people will sometimes like you can go to a state where in the wrong time of the year and just freeze to death on the train. Um, like you know, riding them, but it does seem like something that would be like super fun, right? Like I don't have the personality type to do that kind of thing. I'm a hobbit basically in my like hearts of hearts. Like I just want to stay inside the house and draw like things, but I do admire people who like enjoy the more extreme versions of life. I'll watch their YouTube videos. Personally, I like shading because I start sketching traditional. After that, I jump to digital to get a job. Did you get a job? I thought you were looking for a job. I think it's great. Yeah, if you found a job, then you don't have to worry. I would just get experience, just keep, and then just get a better job, and you're good. Plus, some people they're like naturally like entrepreneurial. I guess they know how to like make money with art. I'm like one of these like I'm the anti-entrepreneurial person. I know how to say no. That's what I'm good at. Is I know how to I know how to like convince myself not to buy something, but I'm not good at like convincing other people to buy stuff. Hence, I'm not very good at like making money entrepreneurially. Guys, let me come right back. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Yeah, but as far as trains, I can't say enough good things about them. They're like super efficient. In terms of how much weight they can transport versus the power they consume. No, I didn't get a job. Now I just work on my portfolio. Hey man, like I hope it works out for you. Oh, Dimitri, yeah, how's it going? I hope you're having a chill day, and it's at least it's Friday, right? Just finished playing. I've been really stagnating again. Working well, waiting for night to rest with a glass of wine. Yeah. It's very difficult to get a job in the art industry, especially in game studios. Yep, sure is. But don't get discouraged. Just, just keep going. It's always good to believe in yourself until it's time to stop believing in yourself. And see maybe if you want a different, see if maybe uh, sounds like a perfect chill day. Yeah. Those are my favorite days. I think it's always good to believe in yourself, but sometimes you gotta reassess the situation and see maybe if, you know. I will do my daily walk, just quick one. I haven't walked in a while, bro. I mean, I walk the dog every day, but not like a 2 hour walk like I've been wanting to do. But I've just been too lazy. Ugh. Yeah, I need to. I'm gonna do a shorter stream one of these days and go to a park or something, just walk around. I saw my pictures on that drawing group I went on, and I think I'm getting bigger. Oh well, time to cut carbs and lock in. Yeah, I know. It's the hardest thing in the world is like to cut out the the carbs. It really is awful. You get headaches. You get like your body basically does everything to convince you to take it. So yeah. For me, losing weight has always been super easy. Like even if I started dipping again, I would just stop with eating just because like it kills your hunger senses. So like you just don't want to eat because of that. In January, one game studio impressed my work, and I get a call-in interview. On that time, I don't good in Photoshop. That's the reason I got rejected. So that's why I'm practicing Photoshop. Where do you live, if you don't mind me asking? Just do it, bro. Get that fit bod. It's hard, yeah. Especially like once you've been used to eating sort of the delicious stuff. I'm trying for a concept artist position. Nice. Before getting a job, how you handle stress, depression. Before getting the job, I don't have a I don't have a job in art. I just stream and stuff. When I had a job, I was stressed and depressed. Now I'm not. I'm very happy. Like it's the opposite, man. Now I play Helldivers and I draw tanks and stuff. And I talk about the Roman Empire. What little I know about it. How do you make ends meet? Partially savings, partially I work from home and stuff. Like I do kind of have a job, but it's more like just working from home here and there. Investments, thing, just between this and that and the other. Plus, like I said, I'm sitting here. Nus Retustra. Thank you. Hello. How's it going? But yeah, I just kind of like I'm just a frugal guy, I guess. I'd be even more if I didn't have a dog. I'd be like 100 times more frugal. What? This is your personal work? I think you're working some studio project. No, this is just for my. This is what I think is fun. This is the kind of ideas that I personally find entertaining. You can call me Corte. Okay, I'll try to remember that Corte. Jipochi, make sure you remember that next time. The Renaissance man finds a way. Yeah, the I tried it. Yeah, I have done work for commissions and stuff, but it's like I don't. The other secret is I don't have kids. That'll do it too. Is that my expenses are like if I just sit here without air conditioning and then like I eat some eggs in the morning, I just spent I don't know $2 for all day, and I'm gonna burn like well I have solar panels. That's the other thing is I don't pay if I don't use air conditioning. My electric is free basically. So it's basically like I've arranged it to where my expenses are super low. So as long as I just don't take deep breaths, um, so the government doesn't tax me on that, I can sit here and just not spend a whole lot of money. I'm not a starving artist yet, but I will eventually be starving. But right now it's all good. Like if you thought being a starving artist was bad in the past, in the future with AI, it's gonna be like a lot of dead artists trying to just like put together like $3 for eggs. But I'm not anti. I don't want people to think I'm anti-kid. I'm just like I just don't know if I have the energy for all that screaming. And I'm afraid like that's the other things. If I had kids, I'd have to have a. I would have to have a real job, and I really don't want to. Just now I uploaded a new piece on my art station. Can you give review? Oh, why not? Why not? What the? Oh wait, upcoming creature design work in progress. That's what I see. I don't see a new picture. There were sketches here before, but no, those went away. So maybe try to upload it again. I don't see a picture. It just says upcoming creature design. I'm basically like semi-retired. Like I just need to work a little bit every month to like make ends meet. I'm good. I'm just tired of like getting in the car, going on the highway every morning, working a 12-hour shift. All of that is like I'm just not into it, you know. I did it for 10 years and I'm ready to part ways with that life and embrace my new Twitch streamer life where I just draw like creatures eating soldiers. I think that's more me. Plus, cleaning the snow off your car, pure torture. Plus, I live next to a river, so like it freezes. Like my car like has a nice half-inch layer of ice every morning on it. But when you don't leave your house, guess who doesn't have to worry about that? Until I have to go get groceries. Oh yeah, how's your day going, Corte? And then I don't know if I asked you how you're doing today. Guys, I'm so excited for Stronghold Crusader. You guys have no idea. This music is from that game. They added new units. They revamped the graphics. I feel like on the last Stronghold, they robbed me a little bit because they didn't include like the AI versus AI kind of stuff. My only regret in life is I didn't buy Bitcoin back when it was a lot cheaper. I added two sketches, three creature personalities, drinking water, eating, hanging on top of that image. Alright, let me check it out. Art Station, refresh. Yeah, I don't know. Your ArtStation account, it just says you have 3 artworks. There's nothing else. I still have your page up. Like, I don't know if you're hitting the wrong button or I don't know why I don't see it. I'm sorry. Unless you want to resend the link, maybe it's the link is broken. I don't know. I'm not a computer expert. I think it's starting to look like something. I didn't. I didn't walk. I understand. Me neither. I've been sitting here this whole time. It's more important to watch the stream anyway, I say. Walk later. Oh, okay. To each their own. Real, you're my priority. My show every night. Nice. Oh, you know what? I need to do a busted track. That's gonna look so good to have like a ripped track. We need music. Hold on. It was that. You guys not hear the music? Let's do music. You gotta give it a minute to get going. I took a nice walk. They got a. I took a nice walk. They got a park with buffalo near my in Germany. What the? I didn't know Germany had buffalo. I guess it makes sense, right? Like, I thought that was just an American thing. Yeah, no problem. This music does seem like it fits a little bit better with this. I think it looks a lot more. The tank looks a lot better with the tread missing, or the broken tread. It gives it that like things have gone really wrong here kind of vibe. It's a special park arranged for water buffalo. Oh wow. Like from China, because aren't those Asian? Like the water buffaloes, aren't they like the Asian ones? Very cool. Very cool though. I know we still have buffalo here, but they're like native buffalo. This might be my greatest. I need to do more of this kind of stuff, these kind of drawing. That I like mixing the sort of this technological era with monsters. There's something about it that's like really, it's just really speaking to my heart right now. I like that radio era. It's kind of crazy. Like ever since humanity like hit like it was sword and spear for like a million years, and then the British did the Industrial Revolution, and then it just like technologically everything like exploded from there. Uh, just seems like it won't stop. I bet like 5,000 years from now, when there's like colonies on Mars. Let me just turn it down just a little bit. I bet when there's like colonies on Mars fighting for their villages, there's still gonna be like the AK-47 tribes. Like that's never gonna go away. That's just gonna be around forever on some level. There will be factions with like space lasers, and then you're gonna have people that are like herding sheep on Mars with AKs. think the buffalo are Japanese, but they could be European too. They got cows and horses nearby too. Oh, very nice. Yeah, horses terrify me if I'm being honest. Your beard grows fast. What the heck? Well, I actually it was like when I cut my hair, I didn't cut my beard, so that's why it looks like that. Because actually, like, you know, but it does grow a little fast, but not as fast as what you think, most likely. Hmm. Why is that? Like, why didn't I shave the beard? Like when I was cutting my hair. But if you're asking like why I didn't shave and cut my hair at the same time, I don't know. I just it was pretty short. I didn't even think about it probably. I'm pretty happy with the way the top part looks. I'm still gonna go back and like clean it up a little bit, but I'm really happy with the way the overall kind of scenery looks. I don't even think I need to get too crazy with fixing stuff, but I am gonna spend more time there later. If this got turned into a game, this would be a good end of mission, like you failed the mission home screen kind of thing. Like this is what you see like when you lose it. I think that would be nice. Why do you find horses terrifying? Because they're so unpredictable. I feel like they're like gigantic and they don't. I don't know. I feel like they're like they don't sense. I don't know. I've seen too many of them biting people, and I'm just like I don't know. I can't trust a horse. Like if it's a dog, I can like kind of be like, hey, stop that. But if it's a 1,000-pound horse, you're basically dunsies. I don't know. They're too like it's the size of animal per IQ points that you know what I mean. Like it could misunderstand a situation and just kill you because like it didn't like the something about you. So that's why I find them terrifying. I don't hate them. I just don't want to be like close enough for them to like hit me with one of their hooves. Or if you're riding them, do one of those backflips where they crush the person. That's always a fun option. It's like, imagine if you have a motorcycle, but the motorcycle has a lot of opinions about life and what it's gonna or not gonna do that day. go down here and start working on this mud pile right here with this guy. Got it. Christopher Reeves fell off a horse. I'm not getting on one anytime soon. No, yeah, that's like not my cup of tea. And I love when the owner tries to tell me about how nice and gentle the horse is. And it's like, yeah, for you, like, I'm sure you guys are super cool, but I can feel the horse tensing up and, like, staring at me as I'm approaching. And it's doing, it's just like, it's obviously going to attack me. So, like, and then it kind of did. Like, when I try to, they're like, no, don't worry about it. And then I, like, reached for the horse, and the horse, like, kind of was, like, did, like, that little bit of a mouth show of force just to let me know it's gonna bite me if I. And I'm just like, no, it's not. It doesn't like me. I don't want to like risk losing fingers. If you have a motorcycle and the motorcycle has lots of opinions, end of quote. Well, you just don't want it to have its own. Just needs to do exactly what I say when I say it. That's the only kind of motorcycle I want, or mode of transport, or be self-driving. If they get cars to be the point where I can take a nap on the way to work, then that would be wonderful. I would be really happy for that. I just want to know who's going to be on the hook for if the car hits somebody, who's going to be on the hook on the insurance on that. What were you doing? Oh, I was taking a nap. I'm not involved in any of this. Be right back, guys. Give me 1 second. Are you all excited to see the new Superman? I'm not, but if you're saying I should watch it, maybe I'll go watch it. The new Superman, let me turn the music down just a tad. His face looks a little strange to me. Like, not that it's a bad face, it's just not a Superman face. I think Henry Cavill, or whatever his name is, was much more... Like, he has that hyper-masculine face kind of thing going on. And Superman should be bordering on animalistic. Like, his face should be, like, super... Like, this guy looks not... I don't know. He just looks like a... He doesn't have Superman energy, if you know what I mean. Just, he's fine. I'm sure it's going to be a great movie. But... I'm already a little bit concerned that they picked a man that doesn't look like he's like the Superman. That's just kind of my take on it. What do you? Am I wrong? What do you guys think about the new guy's face? I just watched 28 Days Later. Are you saying, did it come out already, or? Let me check that out really quick. 28 years later. Is it out already? Oh wait, that's days. No, years. Come on, Google. You know what I want. 28 years later. June 20th? What the? I'll have to watch it. I just know it's gonna be this June. Yeah. No, it's June 20th. At least that's what Google is telling me on my end right here. I don't know about other countries, but... I'm sure it won't be so... I just hope it's not soul-crushingly bad. I just hope this movie is not, let's dust off this IP and shake whatever money we can get out of these people who still feel connected to it in some way. I hope it's not that. Maybe I'll go see the new super. When is the new Superman movie coming out? Uh, Super. I'll be honest. I skipped like the last seven, like the last seven Superman movies and Batman movies. Um. Oh, it's available now. Like you can go see it. Uh. Hmm. I can go see it at 8 p.m. tonight. Is that true? Okay, so it's already released then? Okay, July 11th. Okay. Yeah, it's already out. I might go see that. Even though I didn't see very many Superman movies, I feel like this is the first one when I look at him, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm sold on him being a Superman. In Germany, it comes out next month. We have June. Superman is too vanilla for me. I want some edge. Well, I mean when they revamped the Superman franchise, he was like, I mean, they made it pretty dark. He was fighting the guy in the city, right? And then like the buildings were exploding, and then he like broke his neck. I thought the combat, I thought the Dragon Ball Z style combat was actually pretty good. Like, as far as I can remember, they had like that kind of thing going on. But I mean, yeah, like Superman is like not normally what I'm like super eager to go see. That's it. Like you know, I'm more of a aliens man myself. You know, I like that kind of. I think they deliberately chose a younger cast. They envisioned a whole bunch of movies with him, so he needs to be younger. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense that they would do that, yeah. If you're gonna build a whole franchise. Whatever happened to Stranger Things? I was really enjoying Stranger Things, especially like when it first came out. I don't know if they're still gonna do that, but like that was a kind of a fun show. What do you guys think? The first one was like, I thought was really good. I know coordinating a show like that can't be easy when you have such a huge audience, or sorry, like when you have so many characters and you're trying to organize a show that's like so like complex in terms of like logistics. But I really wish they had like squeezed that like a little bit more. You know, the Stranger Things, they could. I really wish they would have like just kind of like made more episodes, because that was like a big like I felt like that show was big. Like people were really into it. I love like the '80s stuff. I don't know. It was just like that. It was sad. Like I felt like they dropped the ball a little bit. They should have really like um made more of that, because I was really enjoying it. Oh, especially like when it first came out. Like the first season was like great. I need to sharpen this pretty good here because I'm gonna be going in adding some reflection to the water. The first season dug it so much. After that, it lost me. Oh, I know. When they, I remember the. I just remembered why I also start. Like now that I'm thinking back on it, I remember the Russians under the ground. They had like a whole Russian base, and I'm just like, yeah, okay, like that's like I don't know. It was just like it got so out of control. It was kind of like I just nobody noticed this. Like I don't know. It's hard to hide a base in your own country. Let alone I don't know. It's just it was way too much. The first one was so good. The Hopkins Town, they just did it. They did the tension so well. I wonder if they had. I wonder if they had changed directors, like in that show, or if it was the same guy. We'll see. I'll still like when they really if they release a new season because I heard some rumors somewhere. I'm still gonna watch it though. Like I'm still gonna have to watch it, just out of respect, just to like finish it up. I definitely enjoy like 80s synth music and like driving to it, pretending I have a faster car than I do. Not that I drive fast, but you know. Nothing like a fresh blade to sharpen things with. I want him to be like, you know what I mean? He's half submerged in mud, water kind of vibes. That's gonna really sell that these guys aren't in good shape. He's like holding on to his pistol from when he was still kind of going. There are 4 or 5 seasons. I think it came out during that pandemic, right? Um, we some of them might have, yeah. Man, guys, I'm still salty about the pandemic. I got to, oh my god. I'll every time it gets brought up, I have to remind everyone how I just kept going to work. Um, I got to instead of taking a break along with everyone else and enjoying media, I literally just went kept going to the factory. I remember at a certain point, people would be like, because the rules were like, if you said you were sick at all, you got to stay home for 3 days as long as you brought in a note saying you got tested. And everybody was playing that. Dude, I was like, I'm sure you're sick again, Linda. I'm sure you're just so sick again, aren't you? You just gotta go home. I'm just kidding. I made up that persona. There was no Linda. I was just being funny, but I was, dude, still salty. The other thing that was I'm super salty about is like when they when you try to deal with any government thing during the pandemic, they were like none of it was working, and because every like all of that stuff stopped work, like they all just went home. And anytime like if you needed to take care of anything, it just wasn't available. And then like I was like, aren't you supposed to be on the front lines of like if there's a pandemic or aliens or like something really bad, aren't you the front? Isn't the government the front lines? They're like, oh no 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 no, we meant like you go, you keep working, we go home. Like it was so annoying. They're like, you're the front lines. Now go back and stimulate the economy. I spent most of the pandemic in a tiny room in London. That sounds like a vacation to me. I'm sure it wasn't. Like after a certain point, you get the cabin fever kind of thing, but no, to me, like nothing changed. Except for having to like, except for distancing. But it didn't bother me. I found stuff. Yeah, no, trust me. Very, I'm very happy inside of my of a tiny room inside of. If I was, that'd be cool to be in London. And it's, I've never been to England, obviously, but it'd be cool to go find out what that's like. And not to start tooting my own horn, but because I've never been fired from a job, usually if you get fired from a job, you can justify that it wasn't your fault and get those like the 3 or 6 months of just kind of chilling. Never happened, never got fired, never came close to being fired. I'm like, this whole being a good worker thing, it's actually not good for your health because like I just get to work more. Yeah, Wolves, baby, come here. Yeah, Wolves. Come here, baby. It's alright. I'm making up for it now. But yeah, Wolves, come here. There he is. Look at how large his head is. Well, you can't see my head next to his, but it's really like a little bear that lives in my house. London is great, but unaffordable. Yeah, yeah. A buddy of mine who's has Irish uh, heritage. He went back there and he, not to London, but he went back to wherever, like the Irish part of England, and he went and saw stuff, and it was pretty cool. He showed me some photos. It looks really neat, all the architecture and stuff. I wouldn't mind. I've been watching a guy, not recently, but there's this guy. He has like a YouTube channel where he's restoring like a little like cottage in England, somewhere in like Ireland or something, and it's just like this, just a stone kind of like square, and he's been slowly like restoring it and living in a shed, not a shed, but like one of those mini mobile houses kind of things, and it looks so cool. I obviously don't desire that life, but living vicariously through him is very great. That it seems like if I lived another life, I would enjoy rebuilding an Irish plot of land and settling there forever. What film are you talking about? What film were we talking about? I forgot what film well, before this we were talking about Superman and the show Stranger Things. I forgot. We were talking about a bunch of movies, but I was talking about the YouTube guy that does repairs his little house, which seems probably a lot cooler than it is in real life, but it looks super cool to do that. But if I ever ran across a bunch of money, I would love to like take like a 1920s factory and convert it into like a loft and have like cars and motorcycles in there. Like that seems super cool when they take like those old textile or whatever factories with like the cool windows that they had like in the 1920s and like settle in there, or like maybe imagine like a nice like a cool train station and you turn it into a house inside, bro. All you need we're all just like $10 million short of making that dream happen, because that's what it would take to restore everything and get the licenses approved to live there and all that good stuff. I just need some rich person to give me that money, and I'll go ahead and go do that. Because some older train stations have really nice architectural design stuff. There is Ireland and then there's England. If you get them mingled up, the Irish will beat you up for it. Yeah, I've heard there's like a difference, but you know what I mean. It's like ah, I don't. It's if I squint, I can't tell the difference between the two. I know they had some beef, but only a tiny part of Northern Ireland is part of Great Britain. How is that even possible? I just don't understand how that's possible. How have the British taken? How did the British own the entire world at one point, or at least like had colonies across the entire world, but then not be able to conquer? As far as I understand, the Brit or the Irish are descendants of Scythians. This is as far from what I was told, they are um, uh, the yeah. This is part of the official like lore of England is that the Irish are uh, they came from they are descendants of Scythians, which means like Slavs, essentially, right? Like, because the Scythians, if you look on the map where they were positioned in Eastern Europe, like, I don't know how they would have migrated there. I don't know if they found a log and, like, kind of, like, swam on it to get there, but it's just very strange, um, that dynamic and the fact that it's. How is it possible that they're not completely integrated into the system? I mean, they look the same. They have the same. You know, an outsider can't tell the difference between any of that stuff. It's like I remember one time when I was younger, I went back to Belarus and we had a tourist from Ireland. I think they were from Ireland because they had those Celts, the little the the Celts, and they exposed their bottoms to us. So that was interesting. They conquered Ireland, but it was on and off. Oh, I hate those invasions where it's like we're not completely dead. Now there is a union, Great Britain, but Ireland is part of European Union. Oh, that's confusing. There were all kinds of separate. They were all kinds of separate. Yeah. Yeah, it's wild, man. You know, this piece could be titled POV you fell asleep on your on night watch for 5 minutes. Like you're guarding the trench and you fall asleep for a second and this thing gets in. Northern Irish were Protestants and Southern Irish are Catholics, so they had a border drawn. I love how people like humans can like split hairs any which way. They're like everything about us is the same, but we believe a slightly different way of thinking about this issue. So we're enemies forever. Sorry. I just love that. Like I don't agree. Like it's the same religion, but I disagree with I disagree with you slightly. So I have to kill you. I'm so sorry, but we have to go to war. Hey man, we're petty. Yeah, we sure are. I do love this French uh, pencil here, or not pencil, the white charcoal one. It's so good. It goes over like even the spots where you already went over with the pencil. You can kind of go back over, and as long as you didn't set down like 70 layers, you can still put it on top of the pencil. Like I want these bandages, I want them to be a slightly brighter, so I can kind of bring that back out. The French with their pencils, they know what they're doing. Dimitri, thank you. Yes, the ancient Romans let everyone keep their own religion and rituals. Is that so? The ancient Romans. Okay, I was about to say, didn't they not like Christian. Weren't they like not super into Christians? I thought they didn't they kind of. But yeah, the they had free water, free food on every holiday, for which there were many, and bloody games to watch every day just to prevent revolutions. Wow. That sounds like kind of late Roman stuff, right? Like sort of in the when you're trying to keep the population from revolting, you give them the bread and circuses kind of thing. That's not. I mean, I could be wrong because you said ancient Rome. I know towards the end Romans were becoming more like you know, just give them bread and circus and they'll just kind of calm down while we pillage the treasury and corruption spreads further. The government, at least they didn't care as long as they didn't do anything. Yeah. Oh my god. Maruko. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate the follow. You're the best. I can't read the first part of it because it's in a different language, but nice. Oh, thank you for the dancing dinosaur emoji. I appreciate that. How's it going over there? Okay, man, gotta go. Nice process today. Nice progress today. Good convo. Thank you, man. I appreciate also. It was good progress. Future oil painter, welcome, man. How's it going? I'm just drawing some world humans versus horrific monsters World War the Yuri edition. Okay, am I and can't complain. Oh, nice. Yeah, I figured that would be a nice touch. How's your day going over there? Artie Gob? Oh, hello. Thank you for the emoji. Thank you for the wave. You know, I mean like it. Oh, you know, work. I mean like it, but sometimes. Oh wait, looks like a friendly neighborhood pit bull is having a lunch. Right. Um. Yeah, work sucks, man. Yuck. Can't wait till robots take over everything and we get to be all stream like we'll all be streamers in the future. I still remember a scene from from Back to the Future Part 2 where he showed kids how to play an arcade and they said, ew, you had to use your hands to play. That is quite disgusting, yeah. I don't know how arcade machines survive these days because like most kids have like what they have on their phone and at home is like infinitely superior to like anything you can get, you know, at one of those stations. I just feel like arcade machines is something you just do for like maybe your first date. You just go there. I don't know, right? Because nobody really plays them. Like, seems crazy. Good afternoon, seeing good stuff today, Nick. Very nice. I'm inspired by your ability to do your work consistently. Yeah, that is very important to keep propelling and pushing the issue. Sometimes I wake up and I'm not super in the mood for it, but then I just you know, do it anyway. But yeah, I am happy with this piece. Like this is turning out really well. That turned out really well. This is all looking super epic, like trench warfare, horrific nightmare, kind of like how I want it. I'm actually surprised that just it's coming out pretty good. Like I wouldn't want to be here. There's a burning tank up there. Well, there will be. I'm thinking about putting more damage on that tank since it's lost one of the tracks, but it's not out of commission completely. I'm thinking about ripping up the hull to make it look more battle damaged. But thank you for Misery. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate. Do you really like your pencil work? Looks great, man. Oh, thank you, thank you. I think it would be terrifying if the soldier's face poked out from monster's mouth. Um, yeah, I don't know. I was thinking about drawing one of the hands being slightly out, but the face is gone, man. That's too far gone. That's never coming out again. You got the flow. I try to get the flow going. I want to add a bunch of shells everywhere. I think that's going to look really neat to have piles and piles of shells. A nice little machine gun belt poking out of the box is always a nice touch. Went to Costco, get some food and supplies in case crap hit the fan this weekend. Why would it hit the... Why? And man, that place is packed. It wasn't even noon yet. Why would it... Why were you expecting the, crap hitting the fan? What the... I got pretty used... have you been watching the news lately? That stuff? I mean, I live pretty rural. So... I'm telling you, you gotta get away from the city, man. It's dangerous. Maybe after the stream I'll get Red Bull, nice. Maybe after the stream I'll go for a ride and see what's going on. I don't think there's anything going on where I live, but I hope not. Women's hair products. Oh. Are you back yet? I was gonna say, if things get much worse, I'm gonna have to take down my Confederate flag in front of my house. What the? I'm just kidding. I don't have a flag, but that would be funny. Well, depending on where you are, the Confederate flag could help you, right? Now I just kind of I keep my house pretty. My house is pretty lame. Oh, Misery says lol, right? I'm gonna have to peel off the MAGA stickers off my car. Whoopsie. Oh, guys. This is such a cool picture. This is exactly what I wanted too. I'm like, this is kind of going exactly. Is the music not loud enough? Not sure the sticker peeling will hide anything. Oh well. Oh, I don't have stickers in my car. It was just a joke. I feel like the music. This music sure knows how to get quiet and then loud again for no reason. Um, hopefully, I already read everything. Yeah, no, I haven't prepared at all for anything. I'm pretty sure I could last in my house for a good couple of weeks, if need be. Should I draw little handles on these ammunition boxes? I know they're probably super heavy to lift in real life. Probably would want like some ergonomics on there with the handles. You know, you don't want to damage your back trying to lift like a 150-pound box with ammunition in it. I of course have no idea how much they weigh, but I imagine they're not super light. Cisco Cubas, Pintilos, Guvos, Para, Bertelos. Thank you. I don't know what any of that means, but I appreciate. What the? I think we're gonna need we need a translator on YouTube. I could Google it, but you know me. Is this a world you're building? No, I just had this idea. I kind of wanted to build a like a World War One ish style combat scene where there's dead soldiers and they're being eaten by monsters. Like it's just the most horrific thing you can imagine. But no, this isn't a war. Like it's I guess as closest to Trench Crusade because they have a similar kind of a theme in terms of like but no, I just wanted to. I was because I said the idea. I'm like, why don't I draw like 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 something horrific like this, right? And a bunch of people, I'm like, is that too dark? And a bunch of people were like, no, please do it. And so I'm like, okay. And so I'm like, this is what you wanted. No, I'm just kidding. Quiero ver como temas trubas hay descansa un poco. I don't know what that means. If you want to translate through Google, I'll read it, but I just don't know that language. I'm almost scared to say, like, I don't even know what, exactly if that's. I think it sounds Spanish, but. Sound is. Yeah, yeah, it did sound Spanish, and I'm too lazy. I appreciate the comments, though. Unless they're mean, then I denounce. Pintame a mí. If they're mean comments, I denounce. We're just trying to enjoy alternate World War One me style through my lens. What I want to talk about over the other night, I want to talk about future oil painter. Someone is communicating with me. I believe in Spanish. I believe you know Spanish on YouTube, but I don't know how to translate it. I took Spanish in high school, but the teacher asked me to leave. She was like, "Listen, you're not here to learn, are you?" I'm like, "Listen, I already know language, and it's like, this is a lot of info. Like, it took me a whole lifetime to learn the other one. Like, I'm not just gonna learn this in one semester. What the?" And so, yeah, I failed Spanish. By failed, she like it wasn't even fail. It was like she's like, "Listen, like you should probably just leave. Like you're not helping." I was like, I listen. It's hard to learn new things. What they said was rude. Oh, damn. What do they say? Was it because of my joke? They want you to draw porn so they can, oh, they ask you to paint them. Oh no, I'm not into the hypersexual stuff. I'll draw a nice looking lady or whatever, maybe slightly underdressed, but I have to clutch my pearls around the porn stuff. I'm just not into that kind of like hypersexuality. I like war and stuff and like boy humor and stuff like that. I'm just not into that like kind of. But I appreciate the question of whether I would do it. I'm just not that into that. Oh, oh, sorry. I went to Taco Bell the other night. I used to. I'm not eating junk food right now. Um, but man, Taco Bell sometimes really does hit the spot. What kind of drink did you get? Did you get like their like they always have like some kind of a fruity drink in there and Mount or 7 Up or something. I like a good I enjoy uh, Taco Bell. Like I said recently, I've been trying to eat clean, and it has been helping my. I feel like my cognitive ability has been better in sleep and stuff. But man, is it boring to eat healthy. Uh, guess some people haven't heard of free adult stuff online. That's how you know it's bad. Why would it be free? Probably a troll. Yeah, I think I've seen that name before, but if they I would mind if they said it in a super chat, then I would um make money. But what they're just gonna leave that comment. Help an artist out. If you're gonna be rude, at least please do a super chat. That way, I technically it's part of the contract is I have to read those, or something like that. I don't know. I didn't get their drink. I just had water at home. That's always good. I'd be lying if I were to say that I didn't enjoy fast food. I'd be a liar. I'm just suffering for my health, I guess. You do feel it. I mean, you do feel better. Like when you wake up, you feel it. You know, you don't feel as quite as sluggish and all this. It kind of does, but oh boy, it is boring. And the problem is that like when you get rid of food as entertainment, it's like, am I supposed to just be productive all? You know what I mean? Like I don't like, or do I just go stare at a wall while I like? I don't know. It's just the boredom is pretty intense. Mm, I haven't had fast food in years. I lost 30 lb, but the food I eat tastes better now. But the food I eat tastes better now. I know when I first came to America from when I was a little kid, when I first came to America, I just noticed like how much sugar there is in everything. Like everything tastes sweet in America. Like I remember we had cookies in Belarus that were like what I thought were like was a sugar cookie, and you would usually put like a heap of butter on it and whatever that was, and you had it with tea, and that was a treat. Like then I came to America and realized they were just like if they were not much more sugary than if you just dried bread and just put like a tiny sprinkle of sugar on it. That's what a treat was. Now there was normal candy, but like if you eat like chicken in America with sauce on it, you're eating like quadruple the sugar of anything that like you know what I mean? It's just insane how like how crazy. It took me a while to get used to American food, and then I realized you're not actually like. Then I didn't realize like you're not supposed to like. It's you know you shouldn't be consuming that much sugar. Yeah, it took a lot of time to readjust. My candy nowadays is candied dry fruit or honey candies. Yeah, I'm off sugar, and it took a while to like bite the bullet and stop eating I mean consistently, right? I'm not saying I'm never gonna not gonna go buy like a something like once a year. I'm just saying like I'm not like I used to eat candy like daily all the time. I loved it, you know, or like some kind of a cookie thing with sugar. Now I'm like sugarless, and it's you know it's the hardest when you're down to your like last crutch, like when you're just drinking coffee or something, like quitting that last thing when it's the only thing you still like genuinely love. It's rough. Yeah, I didn't quit anything. I just swapped it. Yeah, I did the swapping. I did the swapping. It's actually not a bad way to quit because swapping helps you like forget about the other thing, and I don't know. It can help quit. Like, cause if you swap, but then like this thing is easier for you to quit, then you can like kind of lean on it. I still eat like normal, but tons more lean protein and veg. Really? Yeah, I eat the I eat well, you say lean protein, but your brain is made out of like well, anyway, I shouldn't talk about. Somebody recommended it. I don't talk about medical stuff, which I won't. But I'm talking about myself, and in no way am I giving medical advice. Eat a lot of fat off of animal meat because your brain is made out of cholesterol primarily, and it needs fat to function properly. But that's is not in any way advice to anybody. So, uh, but yeah, vegetables I pretty much don't eat. I only like tomatoes once in a while, but that's technically a fruit. I actually had to cut back on fruit. I was eating like 2 lbs a day. Oh yeah, fruit can be like um, I mean, the thing is, the issue is the longer humanity like interacts with a certain plant that they plant, they end up like selectively breeding it to have more sugar because that's what like when they pick it and eat it, and they're like, this tastes really good, but this one doesn't. Let's go ahead and put these seeds in the ground, and then 500 years later, you have an apple that tastes like candy, which originally it was like disgusting, like sour crap, and we've slowly made them into these delicious things. So even fruit now is not like what like Native Americans ate off a berry tree or something once in a while was in no way what we eat now as modern humans. Assuming going more to the carnivore diet or keto. Oh yeah. That's I'm doing the I eat like 12 eggs a day, and then I eat a steak in the morning, and I rinse and repeat that process. It has helped me with like brain fog and sleep and stuff like that. Fair, each their own on how they eat. I do Whole Foods 80-20 ratio as much as I can. Nice. And my weakness for the longest time was almond joy. Well, those Buno bars that like taste like they're like Kinder Egg chocolate essentially, but with a waffle thing inside. And then the almond joy is it was like my weakness. Like if I saw that at a gas station, I would immediately buy it. That with like some coffee, guys. It's not even possible to say no to that. Like almond joys with like some coffee. Diet gone. I make an oatmeal choco chip breakfast cookie. Very filling. Each is about 120 calories and 2 is filling. Nice. It's definitely sounds good. I definitely enjoy a cookie with like tea or coffee or something like that. That is sounds very good. Gonna love this epic tuning out. Enjoy your stream with hopefully less rude comments. I think we'll be alright. Thank you so much though for being here and stuff. I have it with black coffee. Nice. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Guys, I gotta let the dog out really quick. I'll be right back. Hi, I've been lurking for a bit, but I want to say how impressed it is to watch you build this space up. I used to play this game called Resistance 3 on PS3. I've heard of it, but I don't remember. And this kind of reminds me of it. It was based on the alternate history of 1950s. Oh, is that where there was an alien race that invades Europe? Resistance. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking. For some reason, I didn't think that game was in the 1950s. Yeah, I wanted like that, like maybe, you know, between World War One and World War Two kind of feel, because I really like the technological era. It wasn't like everyone didn't have like insane weapons yet. But yeah, I really like the idea. I suggested the idea of like drawing a trench scene where a monster was eating up the dead bodies, well, with the exception of him being alive and cooking a grenade kind of deal. But you know, I just wanted this like sort of like worst possible case scenario. But thank you. Let me let my dog out. I'll be right back. He's standing by the back door. I gotta let him out really quick. The dog has been let outside. Okay. Well, I never had a PlayStation, but I had a PlayStation 1, but yeah, I was more of an Xbox fanboy when that was popping off, and then but I know about that game for sure. Oh man, I was getting thirsty. Let me check my social media really quick before I get back to it. All right. But yes, I do borrow a lot from video games and popular media and stuff like that. This was just more. I even forgot about Trench Crusade. This is very close to Trench Crusade in terms of aesthetics and stuff like that. But I'm like, I didn't want to do modern combat and trenches because of like, I didn't want to touch on modern politics. But I didn't want to make them look just like World War One guys, like the Krieg helmets, like the German pointy helmets. I didn't want to do that because that's been beaten to death, so I just kind of like made up new helmets or whatever. Ugh, there we go. I feel like I'm moving pretty fast through this picture too. I think this is the second stream. And I feel like I can't believe how much I got done today. Second stream for the Slug you works. I know. I think it's because I wasn't yapping the entire stream. Because, well, I was doing a decent amount of yapping, but it wasn't completely out of control. And I think that too is like, you know, depends on how much you draw and how much you're yapping. But I do enjoy doing a little bit of a yap fest once in a while. If people are talking to me, I'm just gonna talk. Because it's easier that way. It's easier to be a yappy streamer than a draw streamer. I barely did anything for 2 days. Say, yeah, I have to 3D model this house I made. Oh, nice, man. That sounds like a neat project. The story building that you do is so good. There are so many little details. The more you look, the more a scene develops. Thank you. Yeah. I have a tendency to like lean into the detail and stuff. I wish I was like more of a loosey-goosey artist where they kind of like do like just loose lines, and I kind of wish I could do that. I just have a tendency to just like kind of hyper focus and like not do relaxed drawing. It's very like I tend to over focus on stuff like details. Probably. I mean, I like the way it looks. I just wish I could also draw the other way where it's like more laissez-faire and like relaxed. Or whatever people say. I'd love to get my love back in detailing. I love doing details, but just super time consuming. Yeah, I understand, bud. I think I like detailing when it's like stuff like this, but I would not enjoy detailing if I was drawing like dogs and stuff. Then I would be miserable and I'd want to speed up the process. But because I'm staying within the realm of like the kind of fantasy I enjoy, it's super, for me, it's like super fun to like build this world out. The details in the drawings make the difference. They do. Well, some people they can like not put the details in, but they still like draw enough for your brain to make the connections about what like kind of could be there, and it's enough, and you get the idea and the energy, uh, without like necessarily fleshing out, which is its own kind of skill, right? Like they don't flesh out every single like little thing, but you still get the gist and the energy, and that's it. I do think that's like a good skill to like be able to compress information without necessarily like exposing everything. Oh, the details in the drawing. Oh, that was Dimitri. I didn't even notice that was Dimitri. Oh, Dead Poet, how do you like my new profile picture? I can't really see it. Like, it's very small. I'd have to, like, click on it to see it. But thank you. Umgro says, man, this is looking really cool. I want to do a similar thing that you have with the slideshow on the top corner. Yeah, I had to look up some videos to do that. The slideshow. If you use OBS, there's one of the. I'm sure you can like figure it out. It's not like horrifically difficult. You go to your control, then in the control, like you add a thing, like a thing that pulls pictures from a file. It's not emulating a monitor. It's like pulling pictures from a file, and then you just slowly like add each one that you want in there. It's not hard to do. It's just kind of like a little bit tedious. Chilling, trying to get some arts in here in a min. Trying to get some arts in here. Gotcha, man. Yeah, I wanted to do some horror art, some warfare, but versus like slug alien things. I guess you could almost imagine this being like that one movie where you're not allowed to make noise. What was that movie with the guy who played in The Office? I forget. You know that movie where they can't, if they make noise, the creatures come for them or something like that, maybe. A Quiet Place? That's right. Yeah. A Quiet Place. Like, they came on asteroids, and I really like how straightforward that movie was. I really enjoyed it. Even the newer one where they're like in New York. I don't know why, but that whole movie felt a little bit like they were inside of a pup. Like, that movie felt like it was a. I don't know if you guys have ever been inside of a theater that not like a movie theater, but like a traditional like acting theater. I don't know why, but all the sets felt like that to me. I don't know why. Like, it felt like a puppeteer, like I'm in some sort of puppeteer show thing. Just felt like weird, and I don't know. That's great because I'm trying to hype myself up to do something productive tonight. Nah. Did they come from asteroids? Yeah, the monsters from in that movie, The Quiet Place, they came from they were, as far as I remember, they did. I thought they just hell dived on Earth. According to what I saw on A Quiet Place Day 1. I assume that like they would burn up in the atmosphere if they don't have a rock to be inside of, right? Um, I always thought like they like it was just a creature that got embedded into a an asteroid somewhere or something, and then like they got stuck there for millions of years, and then they got pushed. I haven't seen that one yet. Yeah, the newer one. I don't want to say anything good or bad about it. It's not what it's about. I think everyone should experience it with a clear mind without being tainted by anyone's commentary. Oh, I gotta let the dog back in. He's barking. It was okay. It was survival in the first half. Later half, it became drama romance. Yeah, the guy was a little bit weird. He like kept following her around, even though she like it was the whole thing was like the movie was a little bit how should I put it? Like the characters were very strange. Uh, that's the best way I can put it. Like they none of them seemed like real people. He's the John. I love the actor himself though. He's the Johnny Storm in the new Fantastic Four First Family. Oh yeah, I didn't know who either one of those people were. They were new, fresh faces to me. But then again, I don't really watch movies that often, so I just know I like the other movies. That's why I went to see this one. But it was, like I said, I wouldn't say it wasn't bad at all, but it was a little bit. The movie just felt strange. is that a 0.2? No, this is a 0.3. I didn't know. Is there a 0.2? I've never even heard of a 0.2. I need to find out. 0.2. No. What? 0.5. 0.2. Oh, that's 2.0. Never mind. I'm like, what the? I'm like pretty sure that 0.3 is the smallest one you can get. I'm not. No, yeah, no, you meant. Unless you meant number 2. I think you meant 0.2, like the thickness. No, it's a 0.3, and as far as I know, that's the smallest one you can get. I could be wrong, but I've never been able to find anything smaller. Otherwise, I would have tried it. I can't type properly. I'm too lazy. Totally understandable. He was a character in Stranger Things. I think that's where he got recognized. Oh, okay. Yeah, my actor memory, like, unless it's like the big 3 or whatever. If it's not Tom Cruise, I don't know who anybody is. I only know like the big ones. I think that pencil is completely out of lead. Okay, I still got some in this one. I'm gonna need to order more soon. But there are different thicknesses, but there's also, you can get different hardnesses of lead, even in the 0.0 or 0.3, because it's, you know, they have their own advantages and disadvantages, obviously, but I saw one in a Japanese stationery store in the US this past week. Wait, what? I saw one in a Japanese stationery store in the US this past week, but it was $45. Oof. What? But where do you even order lead? Where do you get lead for something like that? Let me do 0.02 or 0.2 lead. I'm just sort of curious, where do you find... Yeah, but for 0.2, not just pencil lead. Yeah, I only see 2, like 2.0, not 0.2, but I don't know. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. That says 0.2. $10 the lead? What the... Hold on, I gotta go to... this is the first time I've ever seen anything like this. Dude, that's gotta be so difficult to manufacture. That's gotta be such a pain in the butt. Okay, so there is a 0.2, 2B 5-pack, $10, but... $18, is that $18? Is that the pencil? What? It's a 0.2? Wow. Guys, wow. It's a Japan import. It's for adults and teens. Kinokuniya is a stationery store. They have a they have a 2 on their side, but I haven't been able to find it. I'm adding this to cart right now. I'm adding it to cart right now. Hold on. Oh my god. That's crazy, dude. Add this to cart too. Wow. Okay. Placing order right now. I didn't know that existed. I swear to God that I've looked it up before. I didn't know anything about the existence of anything like that. But I just ordered myself some 0.2 pencil. Wow. That's so crazy. Oh my god, I love it. Yeah, I know. This is a 0.3 and people call me insane for using a 0.3. It's like a 0.3 allows you to essentially draw something that... Like, this piece of paper is a 9x12, but it looks at first glance like it's drawn on a much bigger piece of paper because of the detail. And so a 0.2... Oh my god, I can't even believe that. It's a whole new world of, like, possibility. I can spend, like, 4 to 5 streams on a single piece now. I just can't wait to get that in. I'm gonna talk about it. And talk about it. I just paid $18 for a pencil, dude. Like, but who cares? Like, it's a 0.2. It's like I just bought a samurai sword, you know? It's like crazy. People scoff at $10 and I'm like, how about 18? How about 2? I know, right? I know. But I have to have it. It's not up for negotiation. I have to have that in my arsenal. So I can draw, like, even more epic stuff. Oh my god. Beyond the Grave, thank you so much. Heart. Heart. Thank you. I appreciate you offsetting my poor poor financial decision making. I appreciate that. Leaf Leif says on YouTube says hi, hello, how's it going? It's a small price to pay. Silly ads. Oh, I know they're awful. I do appreciate the subscribe. How's it going, Leaf? It's weird because I used to know somebody that's Leaf, that whose real name was Leaf, and now I'm like, it's like weird because it's like I knew people that you know knew in real life by that name. The sub club is getting bigger. I really appreciate the sub club. People who subscribe, I have to tell you that you're the best. I appreciate. I know the awfulness it takes to earn money, not online. Like when you go to a real job and you have to listen to Linda and Bob and Dave talk about how the coffee machine. At least you got coffee, the coffee machine, and HR meetings and it's guys. I know all about it. I need to witness the point two pencil in action. I know. I'm very I am also extremely like it's opening like I just didn't know that that moment in my life would actually come. Like I knew like yeah, maybe like when we land on Mars somebody will invent a pencil like that, but not in my lifetime. A point two, guys, I used to be in manufacturing. I know how hard it is to manufacture something. I guarantee that the workers on those stations hate their lives. Because I guarantee you what happens, the way it's manufactured most likely is there's like some kind of a hot thing that propels something and makes this lead, and the any slight thing that goes wrong, it's bent, it's broken. It's like I guarantee you it's an absolute nightmare to manufacture this tiny brittle thing that constantly breaks. So I know what it takes. Like I know why it's like $18 per like pack, because it's just a nightmare to make. So I hope those Japanese workers get paid very well. That's all I gotta say. I'm sure all that stuff will be here in like a day or two maximum. I do want to like see what will that look like when I do a full piece like this. I might use it sparingly, like for certain things, like when I'm drawing their faces and stuff. But I'm super curious about what that's gonna be like. Honestly, I haven't felt this excited in like forever because of that pencil. Thank you so much for letting me know about its existence because I stopped searching a long time ago. So now I have like it's a whole new world. I mean, it might take longer for me to finish pieces, but like what will change is like is just I can just even render harder. Oh, Global Roseblood. Hello, hello. I'm so glad I could share with you. Yes, thank you, thank you. Appreciate. Global Roseblood, how's it going? We're just drawing some World War One ish combat. Well, post combat kind of rebel. You know, how's your day going? I just made a new discovery for myself that zero point 0.2 lead size is a real thing. It's not a figment of my imagination. And I just ordered myself some. All right, I'm at 8 hours. Thank you guys so much for being here. I'll be back tomorrow to draw some more stuff. But yeah, we'll be waiting on this pencil, and I think I don't know. I've been going really fast with this like piece, so maybe it'll get done tomorrow. I don't know. We'll kind of see. But I'm really happy with the overall like tone and stuff. I think it's a really fun piece. I really enjoy it. Anyway, I'm gonna rate out Twitch. What? Like the a traditional artist for you guys. Hope you guys enjoy. And stream. Thank you, YouTube. Bye bye.